Kind of.
What do you mean, kind of? We're all. He's a noble, right?
Kind of. Not
Yes.
any.
That's not fair.
Not.
You can't give us
You
these
are.
titles and then say,
Yeah,
"Oh,
sure.
but you're
Okay.
only
Yes, you
kind
are.
of."
No, I'm just saying that you are, as far as nobility goes. Not saying that you guys aren't great because you are. Very minor nobles in a part of a country that is half a world away. So, as much as
They
what
don't know
weight that.
that.
Just have to convince them.
So it's just like
Easy.
saying you're not. You could just pretend. You could pretend to be nobility without having an actual title too. So what are you talking about? They don't know that.
Well, I mean,
Are we ready?
Yeah, just
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah.
gotta send you my thing.
Perhaps I am right now. I'm just gonna say I
Not
am.
before,
So,
but right now you could be.
I welcome back everybody. Dune, shut up. I'm doing an intro. So, last we left off, you guys had made it to the capital city of Metchroma. You went pretty much immediately to the advisor Night River, a black dragonborn who, under the Chroma Regent, handles things like espionage and information gathering. That's his wheelhouse. And so, meeting with him, you explained who you are and what you had seen on your way to the capital and what's going on back in Drillheim. In exchange, he appraised you a bit of some stuff that you kind of knew and expanding on questions that you had about what's going on here in Draconia. Namely, these dragons, this group of dragons that seem to be attacking, these chromatic dragons that call themselves the Children of the Scourge. All adult to ancient dragons that are very powerful and acted suddenly without warning and seemingly lashing out at both the Draconian people as well as other metallic dragon broods. As far as they know, at least, according to Advisor Night River, at least two of the great metallic dragons had been slain by the Children of the Scourge, that being the gold and silver ones. And you brought news of a potential third, the brass dragon that made its home, all things considered, not too far away from Metchroma in the Badlands. With perhaps time to undo the death of this dragon, Elevon, you brought your plan to the attention of Advisor Night River, the issue being that you needed materials to perform this ritual, materials that you did not have. More conversations were had, as well as tea, and you basically left with. If you want more conversation, if we need to talk with you more, we'll summon you. You asked about specific things that he referred you to other advisors of the court, and said that he would speak about and try to get something set up for you guys, essentially. You left. He instructed one of his underlings to set you guys up in a nearby inn tavern with everything paid for at least the evening, and more will come on that on the following day. So as you are leaving the premises and getting escorted to this draconian tavern, the knowledge of the revelation that Yildirim, the dragon that had fought for you, the one that your clan's namesake is well named for, Duen, is a part of this group, is, well, certainly news that you didn't expect to hear. How Duen is processing and taking that is, of course, up to you. You guys come to a nice tavern. Definitely, it seems, upper. It's seems more on the pricey side. It's a nice, comfortable place to stay. Reminds you of some of the places that you would have seen in the Marbled Crozier and Vasselholm. Dinner is served to those. If you guys want dinner, you guys can have some food, but it would be a sort of late dinner, as it's getting pretty close to long rest time. But that's about where we are. Does anyone want to say anything? Any conversations to be had? Anything to do before you guys take a rest?
I would like to Lavorn.
Okay.
So do you have everything planned out with how you're going to tackle tomorrow? Early morning?
I'm not too sure. I guess mostly it's just getting there, getting back there. I mean, I need to get the reagents first before we leave, but then it's getting back, and I don't know, maybe I could find living brass dragons, or attempt to.
Is that the only... which agents was it again? I mean, maybe word of mouth can go a long way. We could ask around as well. It seems to be a time-sensitive thing, so if there's anything I can do to help, just offering it.
Honestly, I could use all the help I could get, because I can't do it by myself, I'm sure. I mean, sure, I could cast a spell, but, I don't know what else we might encounter along the way, so. I really appreciate it. I mean, if you would, come and help with it, or.
Right, so how early are we going to wake up? Just so I can make a notation and make sure that I prepare my spells properly earlier than said meetup time. But yeah, I can probably think some spells over before I knock out tonight. Certainly Fireball won't help, but I have other spells. I'm trying to.
Who knows?
Who said that?
I don't know. Where did that come from? But who knows? Maybe we that's what I said is I don't know what we're going to encounter. There might be things or not so nice things. So maybe, maybe you would need a fireball.
So living brass dragonborn dragon? Which one was it? And then what
Oh.
agents?
I'm looking for, dragons themselves because I'm sure there are plenty of brass dragonborn around the city, but I don't know if they know. I don't know what anything knows. I don't know what I'm doing. I really don't actually. I just feel like it was wrong and I want to help somehow.
I think it's worth a try, for sure.
So I was going to bring, something to try to locate them, but, can't just keep doing that unlimitedly. So if you have the ability to find dragons or creatures of some type, that could help too. And yeah, time is of the essence, so just being like, oh, we'll find them the next day. We may not have a next day, so kind of like as quick as we can need to do this, but also rest because this has been crazy.
I'm gonna look towards Neri and continue to chew whatever's left of my food.
Mm-hmm.
So that means I'm waking you up early too?
Sure, I guess. I mean,
5 a.m. What's a.m.? When the sun rises.
When the sun rises.
First light. Well,
okay.
up,
yeah.
Of course.
Wake me up whenever. Just,
Okay, but you promise you can't hit me. I'm not sure if you're that type of person.
I can't promise.
Okay, noted.
So
that's
wake me
okay.
up with. If you want to be sure, then you can just try to get a stick and poke me with it to wake me up.
Stick at first light.
Waking stick.
Elfborn was just nodding emphatically, and then when she says stick, she just starts shaking her head no.
Yes,
I heard steak.
Steak. Poke me with a steak like a vampire?
I thought that would make sense. Like, okay, morning steak.
Morning steak. Yeah, make me steak and eggs, and then that's a good way to wake me up. Just lay that at the foot of my bed.
I mean, actually, a steak could work too. Yeah.
I mean, this place is pretty fancy.
Fancy enough for a steak at 5 a.m.
You could certainly ask.
I don't want to.
You don't want to. We got this place paid for. You're just like outside strangers, like, hey, how about breakfast in bed? Early breakfast in bed. Thanks.
But yeah, in general, if you need me guys there, then I'll be there. Just wake me up whenever.
I'll be sure to wake you up from a distance.
Okay, just not with a fireball.
Not with a fireball.
Good.
As this conversation is going on, Svengrid turns to Durand, and says, I was thinking of looking towards finding whatever chapter of the ages might be here in Metkroma. but if it seems we have other plans. Do you wish me to accompany the four of you, or what are your plans?
I would be kind of concerned. I think if you have business here, it might be best that you stay, but I can go with them.
I mean, we've been through those wastes at least a little. We found the dragon. You know where you're going. If I wouldn't say it's the safest of journeys, but we didn't encounter any real danger out there before. Nothing that came to blows anyway. I'm just saying, if you feel that you could use my sword out there, then I will absolutely be there by your side. Otherwise, I really do believe that making a connection with the local Aegis could help us in, well, any of our future endeavors.
I think that'll be good then. You can stay.
He nods. Let's see. What's the dude's name? I'm looking for the other guy that's there with you. Who? Vos. Yeah. Vos is also gonna stay in Metachroma, basically, just in case one of the advisors or whoever, while you guys are out, needs to get in touch with somebody about, what's going on in Drillheim or any information that he can help with. But basically, this is the point where Vos and the rest of you essentially part ways. His job, as far as his commitment to Drillheim and Draconia, was to bring the information to the capital and escort you guys to the capital as well. So you'll probably see him again, but this is where he has other things that he needs to do as well. So it's going to be the four of you waking up at the crack of dawn, nice, bright and early, maybe not so bright, but definitely early, to head back to the Badlands, find maybe some brass dragons. Well, before that, maybe find the stuff that you need to carry out Elevorn's plan. As it probably is the most time-sensitive thing that you guys have on the agenda at the moment. Svenkrid, he wants to make contact with the local Aegis, see how things might differ between the Aegis of the Empire and the Aegis of, well, the homeland. But is there anything else? Are you guys good to rest? I will take that as you guys are good to rest.
Well,
what?
Could we, like, pretend that we're good to rest? Because, like, I don't know. Like, wait for people to go to bed, basically.
What are you trying to do? Could we pretend? You're not being watched. You're not under lock and key.
Well, Elvorn wanted to, like, approach Durand and see if he's okay, but not in front of everybody.
Oh, okay. You said we, so I thought that was everyone.
Well, it's most of everyone. I mean, even perhaps him. Like, go poke him and wake him up and be like, just so that it isn't... I didn't want to put him on the spot, like,
sure.
in front of everyone. So that's why I was like, I would wait until everybody was in bed and then go bother him. I mean,
sure,
maybe I shouldn't. But, well, I wanted to make sure nobody else had anything else they wanted to do before that, because this is like the right before sleeping
Okay.
thing.
Could have still said that, but yeah. So,
Fine.
Durand, you are in a state of half asleepedness when you opening the door or knocking on the door, Elevon?
No, I'm going under the door.
So wild shaping, going under the door, and then turning back into an elf at his bedside and doing what?
Just going to poke his arm a little. Be like, hey, are you okay?
Oh gosh, Olive. Oh.
A strange figure has
wave
snuck
a
into
little.
your room while you into your hotel room as you sleep, though.
Yeah, I'm okay. But why wouldn't I?
I don't know, that was a lot of stuff that guy said.
Yeah, he did. He did talk a lot. Um, I don't know what to make heads or tails of everything. I guess the last bit. Everything else is somehow easier to digest. Whole cult of trying to resurrect Tiamat is somehow easier to understand than Yoder being involved in it.
Maybe he's
I'm not.
how. Oh,
Sorry, I'm not an expert on him. I mean, I only met him the once, but he didn't seem like. God, I don't know. The last words are replaying in my head over and over, even though it was over a year ago at this point. Ever since he mentioned that, and I can't take it. I don't know how to perceive it.
well, Connor was in a cult. And he's okay now. I mean, I don't know how he was when he was in the cult. But also maybe he's just getting information. Like he's trying to come up with a way to stop them. Maybe he's not really in the cult thing or the children of the scourge or whatever it is.
I suppose it's a possibility, and one I would prefer to lean towards. It's just difficult. I mean, until proven otherwise, it's no other relatively nice names mentioned on the list of people or dragons that he mentioned. And I can't run away from it too much. I mean, it's in my name.
Yeah. A question to the DM, because I don't remember now. It's
Yes.
been too long. When we saw the mirror from Sidna's cave, did they identify themselves? Do we...
Other than as Sidna's father, I don't think they gave a name. I can't remember. And father, you could take as however you want. That didn't seem literally as it was a person.
Right, yeah, it was a person.
Yeah, it was a human.
Although, I mean, don't dragons like to disguise themselves as people too? Often? Or is that just Bahamut? No, I think
You've only heard of that being Bahamut.
Yeah, Bahamut.
Like, obviously, there are stories. So there are stories, legend, lore, but there's not like Ah, you see the baker there? He's a dragon. He just
Right?
likes making bread
I
on the
wouldn't
weekends.
assume
no,
all of
that's-
that. I would never assume all of that. That is true. The only time I've ever seen it was Bahamut.
But it's not, that's not a crazy thing like to think. It's definitely in the realm of legend and myth and superstition, but it's not like an unheard of thought to have.
Okay, because I have in my notes, I have his name, but it was like back last year when we killed Sidna.
Oh, maybe he did tell us his name then.
Maybe he
So-
did then.
That's why I was trying to find it, but I hate to like interrupt everything because my brain just went, wait, do we know that guy? Because he said his name, and then I was like, would we know him? Because he has a really weird name, so it would stand out. I feel, but like, I was like, because we kind of know stuff, and then, but we know stuff, actually know stuff, right? Or not? Because it's a
What are you
human
talking
man,
about?
old. He has
Yep.
a beard, sallow
Yep.
eyes, and it
Yep.
says it's Sidna's father.
Yep.
Swears revenge.
Sure.
That's my
Uh-huh.
notes. That's all I got.
Okay. Why are you bringing this up again? I forget.
Because the guy mentions the guy's name. I can't pronounce it. I'm sorry. I don't remember how you said it. He mentioned him as the
Oh, it
red,
was one of the
red
names?
gray dragon, Nilstriker or something.
Oh.
and that's the
Stralger.
name we had back in the thing. Because I don't know
Okay.
what he said exactly, but because I don't remember it precisely.
Something about.
But no,
Stralger?
no. He introduced himself. I think he said,
Okay.
"I'm whatever."
Well, if he
and
did,
this
then he
and his
did.
father. So we know him.
Well, then that would be that, I guess. So that confirms that at least, I guess. If that's what you're making the connection right now.
Yeah, as a player and my character.
So yeah, if the human man in the mirror, when you spoke to him after slaying Sidna, introduced himself as Nistralger, which he did. Yes, that's the same name that Advisor Night River had told you. Nistralger, the Burning Mind, the Red Dragon of the Children of the Scourge.
So Elevorn all of a sudden gets kind of a concerned look on her face, and she goes, "Nistralger, that wasn't the guy in the mirror. That was like Sidna's dad. I mean, they're both red dragons, so he's already really mad at us."
Wow. I almost forgot about that. Yeah. I mean, if he's really mad at us, then I'm sure we'll see him again. We could have the opportunity to find out more about this.
So we know two of them. That's good, right?
Can't wait to meet them.
Yes, and one is in question, and the other one has sworn that their vengeance against us. So I don't know what to make of
50-50.
that. Yeah, 50-50.
Elevorn's nodding. Half and half. Good chance. Yeah.
Better chances than we're normally up against.
As you guys are there, I think at some point, Duen would maybe be sitting up and Elevorn sitting down. Some shadows dance across the floor coming underneath the door that leads to the hallway. A figure stops outside the door for a brief moment, and in the next moment, a wax-sealed letter is slid underneath the gap in the door, and the figure walks off.
Should we? Pointing at the door. Go after?
You might be able to do it a little bit easier than I could.
Elavorn is going after whoever just left a letter.
And so you're running past the letter, opening the door, and running after them.
Yeah.
All right. So you run past the door. You swing the door open, just enough time to hear hastened footsteps, like towards the bottom end of the stairs, as time it took you to go and ask Devon if you should or whatever. They were obviously walking away at that point. You get to the stairs in time to see them walking out the front door. So as you're getting to the base level of the stairs, you could see them exiting the tavern itself. You see, or somebody exiting the tavern itself in dark clothing, dark cloak, hood, mask, all the fixins. Make a perception check real quick as you get a glimpse of them profile view.
While she's doing that, I suppose I'll go to the letter.
Okay. So, picking up the letter, you can see it's sealed and stamped with wax. The emblem on it is fairly. It's Did you have that roll for me, please? I'm trying to find the words to describe the seal.
Okay.
22 total.
22 total. So yeah, looking at the individual as they kind of turn and you get a little bit of a side view, it's obvious from the shape of the coverings on their head that this is a dragonborn. Like, you even are able to get a glimpse of actual scale beneath the cloth, what little of it is actually shown, and the scales are blue. They were walking with a little bit of hurriedness to them to get out, but still not to raise too much suspicion. But once they get through the door, you can hear them picking up the pace and heading off into the night. What are you doing, Elevon?
Pursuit.
Pursuit. All right. So you're running after them because once you get out, you can see them like they were kind of walking briskly to get out of the inn, but once they got out of the inn, they were running.
Yeah, well, I'm a tiger.
You turn into
no.
a tiger?
Actually, a wolf, because I could smell them.
Okay, so that's your second wild shape,
Dire
right?
wolf.
So, all right. So you're a bit faster than them. Go ahead and make a perception check with advantage.
$24 total.
24 total. All right, so able to keep well on their trail or pick up the scent really quickly and follow it. You manage to catch up. You are much faster than this bipedal dragonborn, even though they are quite quick. You're a dire wolf, so you're gaining real quick. Not exactly the quietest of animals yourself. The sound of your heavy dire wolf footfalls on the otherwise pretty silent night streets gets the attention of the dragonborn being pursued. Glancing over their shoulder, they see a massive dire wolf chasing directly after them. So they continue running. And let's see. I want you to make an athletics check, Elavorn. So D20 plus the strength of a dire wolf, which is 3.
It's a 15 total.
15. All right. You just outdid them. So they turn and they spotted some way to maybe get to higher ground, a windowsill low enough for them to jump up and reach, maybe. But as they are running, jumping, and grabbing the edge of the windowsill, you are pretty much right on their heels, and you have the opportunity to grab and drag them back down. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, I want to catch them.
All right, so you catch them. They leap up, grab the windowsill. You leap up right after them, grabbing onto the back of their cloak, biting down on it, and dragging them back to the ground. Where, let's see, a 15 to hit. As you drag them back, they hit the ground. They pull out a dagger and are going to stab you, or try to.
No, 16, because my armor.
No, so they hit the ground, the knife's out, they go to stab at you, but they're a little bit disoriented from the fall, and you are able to, with a paw, kind of, a large paw, move the attempted attack aside and sort of pin their forearm and wrist to the ground. What are you doing?
Could I try to lick their face like a dog? Like.
Sure. You're using your action to lick?
Yeah.
All right. You reach down and you lick their face. You could really just see the eyes, which were wide and panic and confusion. You're not even sure if.
Oh, wait, could I
direwolves are
bonus action
necessarily-
wag my tail?
Sure, you can bonus action wag your tail. Make a persuasion check.
That's 13 total.
13? Okay. You can still feel them kind of struggling to get control of to wrest their arm free of how you have it pinned. You reach down and you lick the face. The eyes go from wide, scared, panicked, confused to more just confused as your tail begins wagging, but I'm not even sure if they can see it. They might catch glimpses of it past your large dire wolf frame. What? You hear a female voice from the Dragonborn. What are you?
I'm going to yip quietly, like, "Yip, yip," and then lick him again.
All right, cut that out. They reach around with their other arm and pull the mask down. You aren't a wild beast, it would seem. Never seen wolf quite like you. You must belong to someone around here, huh?
Nodding my head.
Huh? Wait, well that's good. Do you let them get their knife, dagger, arm back or whatever? They don't seem
No.
too put up. No,
I'm just, for right now, just leave them, because I don't want them to run away quite yet.
Okay. I'm like, well that's good. I guess it's a good thing that I wasn't. You can understand me.
Nod my head.
Well, could you let me go then, doggy?
Going to yip again.
Well, I can.
And then
Sorry to say, I can't.
no, I will move my paw slowly,
Okay.
keeping an eye on the.
Sure. They kind of scooch back away from you so that they could sit up. They sheathe their dagger. I guess you just got a little rambunctious, eh? And she slowly begins to make her way to her feet, dusting herself off in front of you.
Wait, when I see her start to get up, can I go over and just sit like almost on top of her, like lay on her lap?
All right. What? Since you can understand me, it seems. What do you want from me?
I'm going to whine like a puppy and like motion my head backwards like the way we came. And then whine some more.
Pat, you came from. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're trying to say. You need to go. Is that where you live? You can go home. I'm not keeping you here. You chased after me, remember?
Is there any part of her like clothing or something that's free that I could tug on, and then
She has a
like
cloak,
tug it that
yeah.
way? Yeah. So just kind of grab it and tug it that way.
No, I was just over there. I don't need to be there anymore. I have to get back. I've got somewhere to be.
I shake my head, no. I'm hoping that this is buying time for Duran to become concerned about Elevor.
Why? Why?
Because she just went running out. But yeah, so
Duran's
that's
like,
my
no,
point.
he's getting his reading glasses on.
I didn't think it'd take this damn long to read a damn letter.
All right. Well, I'm sorry, I can't say two things at once.
Oh no, I know.
Narrate two different scenes
No,
simultaneously.
I know.
So.
Well, I was just explaining what I was doing because I'm
Yep,
stalling.
Sure. So, back in time, back at the room, Elevorn has run off. You hear the hurried footsteps down the stairs. You follow to the door in time to see the wild elf running down the stairs. You bend down, pick up the sealed letter. The stamp and emblem, you've seen it before, and you try to recall exactly where, and it's recent. You recall seeing a similar wax seal stamp at the advisor's house where you just were, on some letters by the chair that he was sitting at. This is the seal of Advisor Night River. Opening the letter and reading it, essentially states that until the regents speak with the envoys from the Empire and establish a course of action there, they're not going to be interfacing directly with the four of you at that point, because they need to make sure that the actions that they take and discuss are the ones that, their allies in the Empire are okay with, right? You guys aren't the leaders of this operation. The ones who represent the leadership of the Empire are still in Drillheim. So they don't want to risk upsetting the
politics.
the Empire by politics. But he does recommend that you go forward with your plan to attempt to resurrect this dragon. As stated in the letter, whether or not Drimtalon will directly assist us is of no real importance. His death was a part of the Children of the Scourge's plan, so undoing that undoes whatever it is that they are planning. So basically saying that whether or not bringing back the dragon, if Drimtalon and the Brass Dragons are going to help you guys, doesn't matter too much, because the green dragons that attack them, as well as you can probably link that back to the Children of the Scourge. They wanted them dead, so if they wanted them dead, Night River wants it not dead, Pretty simple.
Makes sense.
Yep. And looking outside the room, overlooked by Elevorn in her pursuit of the Dragonborn, is a small satchel, pouch. And inside of that, as noted in the letter, is the materials needed for Elevorn's spell.
Oh. Okay, well, it's time to
So you
some
time
the
to what?
bracelet stuff.
Okay. You don't know Elevorn's a wolf, so.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm doing this all under the assumptions of stuff that I've only seen.
Yep.
Okay, so let's think. Elevorn, if you're still nearby, you can just come back. It seems to have been one of Night River's associates. They brought you the stuff that you needed for the spell.
So you hear this, Elevorn, as you are tugging at the cloak and dragging against her will the one of Night River's agents, who is like in a tug of war thing with her own cloak, like with you. It's like, no, seriously, let go, drop it.
Bad doggy. Down.
I know you can understand what I'm saying. Makes it worse.
I'm trying to stop laughing. So, just to be clear, Elevorn can hear him, even though
Yes,
she's
you cannot respond, but you can
yeah.
hear. Yes.
Okay. So then, all of a sudden, on a
Mhm.
not tug, because she's tugging and then she's kind of probably
Mhm,
letting
mhm.
go. So, like,
Mhm.
on a let go,
Mhm.
like, Elevorn's going to turn back into an elf and jump up and hug her. Like, because I assume she's taller, and just be like, thank you.
She's gonna stab you again? No.
Probably.
All of a sudden. So, are you saying, like, in the, like, kind of a... Alright, so you turn back into an elf. She stumbles and catches her balance as you suddenly shift back from a large dire wolf, leap at her and give her a hug, exclaiming your thanks. So,
Okay, so we've
And-
been attacked in hotels before, and I didn't know, like, what kind of, but yeah, you're from Night River. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Alright, he told... No, it's fine. All kind of makes sense now. I was told about you.
Sorry.
No, it's perfectly okay. And she's just examining the drool-covered hem of her cloak. Bit of phrase from where your teeth are dug into it. It's... I understand. Pulling the mask back up. Well, good night.
Who are you?
And she looks back and kind of a little shake of the head. Nobody to you, just like the rest of us. You know you've met Night River. We, his eyes, ears, we don't have names that would just make us liabilities. Just kind of backpedal, like backwards jogging a bit. It's like, well, of course, we have names, but none that we share with anyone. It's just the way things are. And she turns and runs down an alley. Secret spy association of nameless people. You can't make me come up with names within the first 20 minutes of D&D after not playing for 7 years. Alright. Alright. So, you heading back, Elevorn?
Yeah.
Okay. You head back. Duran shares the information and the stuff that was left for you there.
Yeah, I would.
That wasn't exactly how I envisioned that whole thing going.
Yeah, did you want me to...
It was supposed to be sort of like a, Duran sleeping and getting woken up by a stranger in his, that
did
kind
happen,
of thing.
though.
And seeing how,
Well, not a stranger.
It did. It wasn't a stranger, because it was eligible. So it was,
By
I was
a
wondering. Strange. By a strange
just
person.
strange.
Still, by a strange. All right. So, after all this, you have the materials needed for the reincarnate spell, Elevorn. You guys good to rest? Anything else? It was weird. Who was that? Daran, Elevorn. You're the only ones awake at the moment.
Early to bed, early to rise?
Okay. Well, more like late to bed, early to rise, but yeah. Okay. I'll go back to the other room, and Elevorn points and then goes to the other room.
You could...
Okay.
You could stay if you like.
Are you sure? It's just so weird. I don't know what to do in a room by myself. I mean, I can still meditate, but it's just strange because, normally you guys were all there.
It's fine.
And...
I appreciate the company. You don't have to explain.
Okay. Thank you.
No.
So I'll go find some comfy spot and, sit down and begin to do my trance stuff.
Yep. All right. So, I want everyone to roll a d20 for me, please.
No.
No? Why not?
I
You don't
got
even know
a
what
13.
it's for.
Roll a dice.
19.
18.
Oh, okay. All right. Everyone's just gonna roll crazy, huh? Don't worry about what I rolled.
It's not always... Yeah, it's not
So-
always good.
Neri, 19.
Right? Get ready to sleep in.
Era, 18. Ella, 13.
Yeah.
Durand,
4.
4.
That's funny.
That's fine.
Yeah, y'all in your double digits. That's fine.
That's fine. Despite everything. Nedadion, you're actually the first one to wake up in the morning. Surprising kind of even yourself. Not typically the early riser, but you wake up and you can hear from a neighboring room the sound of Era, who also seems to be stirring and getting ready for the day ahead.
I'm
So, Neri
gonna
and
go
Era
knock
wake up.
on her door.
Okay.
Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey.
Era's in her room comparing sticks, like, this one.
Should be sharp or not sharp?
If I tear them together, I could, do it from the doorway.
It's impossible. I'm just hearing things. It can't be her.
Can't be here.
At this hour?
I
ignore.
Come on.
It's much more likely that I've gone insane than Nerdion be awake right
I must
now.
still be sleepy.
I'm
gonna
locked in
try
the
the
dream
door.
world again. That's what it is. Back in the dream world.
I'm gonna try the door. Is it locked? Did she lock it or not?
Did she lock it? Would Era lock her door? Just pick it.
Okay.
Just pick it.
She's a rogue. What door is locked?
Yeah, right. Just pick it.
Is it locked though?
Yeah, it's locked.
It's quote
Yeah, I'm
unquote
gonna
locked.
pick it.
Alright, go ahead and make a thieves' tools check against the standard indoor lock. These things that you probably practiced on from the time you were who knows how young.
2.
All the youngs.
All of it.
A wee little baby.
$15.
Yeah, you're able to pick it. You can hear, Era, you can hear, well, you heard Neridion's voice, whether it was real or not, still to be decided, I guess. And then a jostling of the doorknob, followed by the sound of some metal raking going on around the door, and a few moments later, door click, and it opens, and Neridion's there, kind of bent over near the doorknob height, with her, putting her tools back away.
Morning.
Thank God, because I didn't want to get up. So, good morning.
But you still do have to get up though, because weren't we supposed to go do that thing, whatever it was, like raise the dragon or something?
Yes, I understand that, but I just have to finish preparing my spells, and then we can be on our merry way to, what was it? Trying to get the dragon back?
I think that's
I have
what
an
you guys
idea.
were discussing. What idea?
In terms of, I mean, okay, it might be a little bit silly, but the way I see it is people here are probably limited to what's, in terms of like seeing dragons. Obviously, they haven't seen a dragon. Thankfully, they haven't seen a dragon. But the refugees are more likely to have come into contact and or avoiding them along the path here. So I was thinking if we wanted to at least word and maybe see if we can someone, and hopefully not lying. I don't know, just ask around, but like outside.
Yeah, I guess that's a plan.
That's really all I got right now. But I did prepare some different spells. Preparing and correct. So if you could just relock that door and give me a few more minutes, and I will be right out.
Okay. Yeah.
What?
I'm gonna stay in her room though. I'm gonna lock the
Lock the door?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm gonna find a nice corner to sit in and read a book or something. I'll be
Elevon
very
and
quiet,
Duran
I
still-
promise.
I don't mind this, and I'll continue preparing spells.
Alright. So, Netadion, Era, you guys begin your days in your own respective ways. About 15-20 minutes later, and you're ready to go, Era. Durand Elevorn still asleep. Well, I guess Elevorn, you would be coming out of your trance. Maybe even doing your own preparing of spells. Durand is the last one to wake and has to be woken. But you guys get your provisions ready. You convene over a very early breakfast, which leaves you guys being the only table at the that is currently occupied in the dining area. You guys are eating and going over going over whatever it is you want to go over if you want to go over something. So what are you guys doing? And as you enjoy your continental breakfast, all the continents. Anything?
Oh, I guess I'll reshare my idea of what we could do, possibly, but one at the table.
Okay.
I
don't know what your nearest tree is, Elevon. Would it be that town outside of Metchroma that had gotten attacked by the green dragons, or did you have one closer to the Badlands?
I think we found like the first tree that would be suitable, like after we left the Badlands, like because I was looking for a tree.
Okay, so you do have a tree closer, but that one would also be further from the town, so it's all about whether you want to take more time going to a tree further away to talk to people or save time and not talk to people. Depends on how you weigh that risk reward situation. Because I don't know how Elevorn plans on helping the rest of you guys move around, whether it's just a transport spell, whether you have wind walk. It's kind of thing that you can.
My thought was we could, use a tree, and then the wind walk, to try to make travel faster, and the first place I could think of to actually try to locate dragons would be near where we found Dreamtown, But if we want to go to the town, I mean, it wouldn't. I could technically maybe. We could go through the tree again. Technically.
Well, I could stay. Well, how far would the distance is one thing. Me making direction really pair that way. At least on my own. If it's a matter of time and you feel we'll have a higher chance to go into the location, I could offer to stay back and try to get information, but I would rather us together. I'm okay. Like, whatever's quick, whatever you think is more follow.
I don't know. Kind of arguing with Advisor Night River made me notice that, I mean, even living here, I don't know how much people would know about the dragons themselves or, what motivates them. And I don't know if
I agree with. I don't think
an answer, from people.
Not from the people here, but from the people traveling side, maybe. But it's a maybe that I don't know if I want to bet on. I wouldn't want to waste the entire time, and time seems to. So. I guess we can find the nearest tree and go from there.
So I think that what the debate is either one, you could go to a tree that's further from the Badlands, but potentially find someone that might have seen or heard of something about what you guys are looking for that would narrow your search down and point you in the right direction. Or you couldn't, maybe not. Or you go to the closer tree to the Badlands and then figure it out on your own. Right? That's what I'm understanding. is the choice here.
Yeah, so we put it to a vote. Whichever we think is the best course of action is fine with me. I'm good with either. And it's a good idea, Era, definitely.
Okay.
I mean, it also doesn't have to be a choice if we have a ways to communicate without using spell slots. And I could try finding my way to you guys if we wanted to try and do both.
Can't really do both because it takes Ella's transport via plant spell, and I don't think you want to. I think that the idea is you don't want to use two of them, right? You only want to use one transport via plant
Ideally,
spell.
no. But like Ella has the spell slots that I could cast that and wind walk, but I would be out of 6th, 7th, and like that would be my 8th level spell slot too. To do it, because I have one of each. So
Yeah.
it is
Well,
entirely
I
possible
wasn't.
to do.
No, but I wasn't counting on like using a level.
Well, then how would you get there? To the town. The town's not close to.
Right. So that was my earlier question. How far would and if
You're breaking up. Sorry, I
Really?
didn't know you were still talking.
Hello, can you hear me?
It's fine. Like it's just cutting out occasionally. Like your mic doesn't like how far you are away or like the volume or something like that. It did take you like hours from the town to there
Without wind walk
with
or with
wind
wind?
walk.
Oh,
with wind walk,
okay.
it was hours. Yeah.
Okay, so then yeah,
So
that would kind of make it easier. I would rather do what Elevorn would want done. If it's that big of a difference and there would be no like easier, yeah, like a few hours maybe, but even then, like yeah, then it wouldn't make sense to do it. It
and then
would
you're
make
talking
sense
about
to
like
go.
even like going
And
from
I wouldn't want to
there
use her
to the Badlands as well. That's an even further trip. So you wouldn't be able to get there in any sort of timely manner without
I already made
some
that
kind of magic that I don't think you even have. So I guess it's the question of, do you go to the town where you could find that where that little refugee camp is set up and try to talk to people and see if they've seen or heard something, which who knows the odds of that. Or do you just go as close to the Badlands as possible, retrace your step back to Drim Talon's burial site, and go from there in attempts to find whatever remaining brass dragons may or may not be in the wasteland? Does Durand or Nerdian have any thoughts? If not, Elevorn, please make a decision.
I gotta say, I got nothing.
Okay, so as just me, like out of character talking now, because it's easier this way. It's a little bit too technical to try to jargon it. Anyway, 3 miles is the radius of commune with nature, which I could also use to try to like find where they would be. So it isn't just like locate creature. It's also that. Like I could use that in combination with, but it's only 3 miles. So like 3 miles is not very large of a space, but it is decently big. And I could, I think, try it again.
Yeah.
So I could use it like twice. But anything more than twice, and we would be risking not having the ability to reincarnate. So that's why it's like it's, you know.
Okay. So I mean, if that's your plan, it sounds like you just want to get to the Badlands as fast as possible, right?
I think that's probably the best. To just get there as quickly as possible. We have all the stuff. We don't really want to risk any more time passing by.
to the Badlands directly.
To the Badlands.
Ah, shit.
All right. So, after breakfast, you guys have gathered what you need. If you guys are you ready to go? Elevorn, everyone, ready to find a tree, go through that tree, leave the shining city of Metchroma for now?
Ready whenever.
Ready, ready.
All right. So, following Elevorn's lead, as you find a suitable tree in a small open sort of park-like area. Still very early on, not much foot traffic in this part of the city at least at the moment, so you cast transport via plants, Elevorn, focusing on that tree that you had gotten familiar with near the edge of the Badlands between the city and the Badlands themselves. The portal begins to open, the four of you step through and out of this sprawling metropolis-like city and into just the no civilization around for miles. Just the wilderness nature, the grass going from dirtied brown to dying off as you're standing at the edge of two biomes, it seems. Grassland behind you on the way to Metchroma, and this cracked broken earth of the wasteland where you had witnessed the carnage of the battle between Green and Brass Dragon, and where you had uncovered the massive corpse of Drimtalon. The portal closes behind you as the last of you step through. So, what are you guys doing?
Are we ready? I'll turn us into wind when we are.
Yeah.
I
Hurry.
guess we can't be readier than this.
Alright, so you cast Windwalk, and everyone goes through the now oddly sort of familiar sensation and process of having your corporeal bodies dissipate into that of mist. And you head into the wasteland, using memory and identifiable markings on the ground, following mostly the more and more progressively densely cluttered fallen bodies of Green and Brass Dragon alike. You're not the only ones early to rise, it seems, as the vultures are out in swarm, picking away at the corpses of these dragons. Elevorn, you make either a survival or perception check to follow your path back to Drimtalon, who that's where you want to go, right?
Yeah. It's a natural 20.
Nice. You've a lot of last night after your whole soiree with the agent of Night River was going over all of this in your head, retracing your steps, thinking back to this, and going about how you're going to do this. So you've recalled this to the best of your ability before, and you are pinpoint accurate on leading the others back to the large cavernous, almost sort of sinkhole area where the ground had collapsed, and underneath where the massive brass dragon Drim Talon is buried. Naturally buried, then dug up by you, and then reburied by you. Everything looks, as far as you can tell, the same, if not very similar to how you left it. There's nothing that would stand out as an indication that someone or anything else had been here since you had left it last. So, you guys are all hovering there as mist form still, able to communicate, able to look, see around. You have all your senses about you. What are you doing?
I think getting out of mist form would probably be better.
Okay.
Once we're out of, is everybody turning out of mist form? Because I think that's what I would do, but I don't know if everybody is.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
turn out also.
All right.
I'll stay in mist form a little bit longer.
Did you want everyone out of mist form for something, Elevon, or you could vocalize that if you actually had a plan instead of, or once, so you turned out Darand and Nedadion.
So I can use the bracelet because Era is staying mist form or whatever to communicate with her. Or, I could just talk. She could hear me.
Yeah.
Hey, Era, could you spell Drim Talon for me?
Can any of you spell Drim Talon? I can't spell it, and I came up with the name, so good luck for you guys. I mean, I can spell it the way that I spelled it, but... Alright, so, you need...
I make an attempt, as
Sure.
is, in mist.
I think that you guys would have, you guys went over it with Night River, so Era spells Drim Talon for you. The only way that it really could be spelled, Drimtaelyn. That's just simple.
Okay, so as she says each letter, it appears in the sky above us.
Okay, you're casting Skywrite?
Yes.
Okay. As you spell out Drim Talon appearing above you in the sky in common.
All right, so that doesn't work. I can't
What do you mean?
do it in not common.
No, I'm just saying that that's what happens. I mean,
Could you write it in the sand in Draconic, Durant? I'll copy that or try to.
Sure.
Since you know what I'm trying to do now, so yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Easy feat.
Alright, so Drim Talon appears in the sky in common, and then Elevon rethinks it and kind of scribbles it out in the sky, and then the draconic symbols that Durand transcribes for her then appear, the clouds taking the shape of those draconic symbols that spell out Drim Talon. Okay?
And could you write the word come? Like I don't know what word would be good. Just because I'm not good at this. This is hard. These symbols are. I don't know if I did it right. Does it look right to you? But also just rest. Rest is a good word. Like Drim Talon. Can it? Do you do apostrophe s? I don't know how it works.
What are you trying to do?
Drim Talon's rest is what I wanted to say in the sky.
Okay. So working with Durand, you copy the symbols that you see and you transcribe that into your skywrite. So that is currently transcribed in the clouds.
I'm going to give it some time. Also, because it's concentration. So if I do anything else, it'll drop and not be there anymore. So
Well, it
Yeah.
won't like it'll you're holding it together. It'll, go as clouds do, so it, you know, it's not going to just like instantly disappear. I don't think. It'll just, be just normal clouds, so it'll disappear with time. The clouds just go on their way. Maybe distorting into other letters and words as they do so. So by the time someone sees it, it'll be like Drimtalon's vest or something like that. How long are you giving it? 10, 15, 20 minutes pass? Nothing?
yeah, just like, give it 20 minutes and then I'll move on. So if there's anything else that anybody can think to do, or if you want to be able to do it again there, Dion, I don't know. I could put it in your ring. I don't know, do you have in your ring if you have other stuff? But yeah, it's not that important. I don't know if this will work. I just thought, being dragons and the sky is big and maybe they would come. I don't even know if they would know what it meant, but that's fine. I don't know how dragons think. Just trying to get them maybe to come back closer if they've gone far away. Rambling.
Well, I if you really want to put it in the ring, I can do it. Sure. I just have to get rid of this one that I have. Does it even fit in the ring?
Oh, it's not a very powerful spell, really. Kind of weird, but yeah. No, if you have spells already, don't worry about it. This is probably a silly idea, I would imagine. So, it's fine. I'm just nervous. I should do the commune with nature thing now. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so you're gonna do that here.
Well,
So
it's
you
not
want to?
too far from where those pillars and things were, right?
Well, this is exactly where that is, pretty much, right?
Okay, yeah, that's what I was making sure, because it was like he fell where the pillars and stuff were, and so yeah, I wanted to be in that area. Make sure,
Okay, so you want Drimtalon to basically be at the center of this 3-mile radius. That's what you want.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Okay. As far as like where you guys in the wastelands, you are. I know we got here quick, like story wise, but it did take you a while to fly out here. You guys are, as far as you can guesstimate, near the center of these wastelands. Maybe a bit off. Like there's probably more beyond where like you were flying from. There's probably more beyond where you are right now than there is behind you guys. But you're pretty far. So commune with nature. Let me look that up.
I need to be right back really quick.
Okay. Let me know when you're back.
What exactly are we trying to do? I know
So
the only
thing is
way
you're
to
trying to
revive something after its time is with reincarnating.
well, there are different revival spells that each have different like, time caps on them. There are stronger things than Revivify that can bring people back like up to 100 years past when they.
Oh, okay.
But the one that Elevorn has, or the one that you guys have access to, the longest time frame that you have is that one, I believe. Is the reincarnate, because let me look up some of the other spells. Raise Dead is a Bard Cleric Paladin 5th level spell. that is a 10-day thing, but yeah.
Fifth level, so my last spells. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's the highest level spell that you can get. But I don't think you have access to 5th level spells, right?
No, God no.
Not yet. No. So that would be like that's the same time frame, but Bard, Cleric, Paladin. Then there's Reincarnate, and then I think there's something called like True Resurrection, which is a 9th level.
Like cleric.
5e thing. Yeah, it would only be Cleric because it's 9th level. Cleric and Druid, actually.
Oh, Druid can do it too.
Druid and Cleric. But it's 9th level spell, and it's dead for no longer than 200 years.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Short time.
Yeah, short time. So, as of right now, that's what you guys have. That's the best, quote unquote, that you have access to, because otherwise you'd have to be there within the minute with Revivify, right?
Yeah.
So you're planning on bringing it back. To bring it back, you need obviously access to the spell. You need the reagents, and just like we did with Neridion, a sort of ritual type thing, a check. That's not rules, but that's how we do it. The soul needs to be willing to come back. That's the part that is involved to the check. Appealing to the soul of the creature that you're trying to coax back to the mortal plane.
Okay.
So for that appeasal to reach out to Drimtalon, you guys have zero idea what would. It's not like Neridion where you guys could give your piece or place meaningful, important things that mean something to you guys and add that to the spell. This is something you have no idea about. This is a ancient brass dragon. So to appeal to the soul and try to coax it back to life, you're trying to find maybe other brass dragons that had survived that fight. Brass dragons that would have been part of Drimtalon's brood and family or whatever it is, right? To have them be a part of this to try to convince Drimtalon to come back is, I think, where you're at right now.
I've been back for a bit, but I didn't want to interrupt what you were saying.
That's fine. Is that right? Like, because you could go and you could just try to do it right now. I will tell you that I have this sort of outlined, and there is going to be a dice check to if it's even possible, if you guys do succeed. So the more that you do to ensure the success, the easier it will be. Because the other thing is, this is, not only do you guys not know anything about Drimtalon, Drimtalon doesn't know you either. So, let's say, Durand, oh no, oh dear, you have died, right? And now some stranger is coming back to you being like, I can return you to life. Come on. Come back. You want to...
Yeah, sure.
You want to come? Yeah, sure. Okay, cool. And now you're a thrall to the... You don't... Necromancy. So... Magic is where you don't want to come back as a slave, right? So... Well, maybe Duran was a bad example, because Dune's stupid, so...
Whoa.
You're just a troll, man.
What do you mean?
You know what I was going for, and you're
No,
just
I
like,
have
yeah,
no clue. Yeah, let me back.
Okay. Just
Look,
some
even if
random
I come back
person,
as a thrall, then we just
then the others just go on a quest, whatever, break me out, and we're good.
Exactly.
I know how games work.
Yeah.
And Duran makes all of his decisions based around that knowledge. Anyways. So you're back, Element. You are using Commune with
Yeah.
Nature?
Um,
So it is a ritual spell, which means
yeah.
if you it has the ritual tag, which means as long as you have it prepared, you can take 10 times the casting time and cast it without using a spell slot.
Alright, we're
So-
gonna do that.
Okay, so instead of a casting time of 1 minute, it would take you 10 entire minutes. If you're 8 minutes too late to this resurrection, because of this decision right here.
Imagine.
Imagine.
Using the spell slot.
No, don't do it. It's fine. I'm being silly. Stop it. Alright, so you take 10 minutes. I refuse to acknowledge your spell slot. I do not accept it. You briefly become one with nature and gain knowledge of the surrounding territory. In the outdoors, the spell gives you knowledge of the land within 3 miles. Okay? You instantly gain knowledge of up to 3 facts of your choice about any of the following subjects that relate as they relate to you. So, what 3 facts are you asking about? You commune with nature, and as you do, you can feel a light breeze begin to pick up as Elavorn comes to the precipice of her casting. You can see that there's a little sort of the dust beginning to sort of lightly swirl in a vortex around her, with her as the center. What are you asking, Elavorn?
Well, peoples, that'd be a dragon. I get dragons are people? Dragons are a species of they're not people and they're not animals. They have their own culture though, so they're a people. Right?
I'm not a people.
Am I wrong?
I'm not a people. So
Not like
prevalent.
human, but
So prevalent plants, minerals, animals, or peoples, right? That's what you're saying. That's the question.
yeah.
So prevalent peoples. So what are you asking? As you
Where
feel this connection
be
with
the brass dragons?
where
Are
be
there any?
where be the brass dragons are.
Yes.
Alright. The
I've
nature
never been.
does not understanding your street slang, but piecing it together. You feel the breeze begin to pick up strongly. But before it was kind of swirling a bit around you. Now you feel it washing over through your hair across your face in a specific direction. It picks up and strongly and essentially blows in a specific direction away from you. You ask the question, you can see everyone who's watching her, you can see everyone's hair like sort of point as it's being kicked up by the wind. And then it dies down after a few moments.
I'm going to use another question
Of
to
course.
ask the same question, but specify live. Because I didn't do that the first time.
The same
I
thing.
just want to make sure that we're looking for the live dragon.
The same thing. Whereas if you were to say, dead, your hair would probably go in all sorts of different. Because there are corpses everywhere around here.
I know, that's what I was saying. Is technically they're
So, same
everywhere
thing.
around
That's
me. So it's
2
like,
questions.
yeah, I know. I don't know what to ask. Like to ask for water, because that was my other thing. Because they need to drink water, right? So, at some point. So I thought if I couldn't find the dragons, maybe I'd find them near water. But I don't know if that's valid anymore. Um.
Is that it? Like, thank you, nature. Goodbye.
No, hang on. Like, I got it. I was trying to think of that. Hold on.
Okay.
It's just like, would you please help me achieve this monumental task of bringing back Dream Talon as nature itself? Just, yes or no, I guess. Left. I don't know. It's fine.
That's your question.
It's not really gonna. It's not gonna answer. But yeah, that's basically just being like, please help.
So, with the final question, the spell begins to come to an end, lingering on. Those final words you guys watch as the sort of swirling sand vortex dies down, and Elevorn, the wind that had been gently blowing around you, dies down as well, and everything comes to rest. No clear, discernible answer to your final question.
I just kind of thank you into the wind that's dying down. So this way, and like, it has to be within 3 miles, I think, unless somehow it's not. But I don't. It's pretty like far, but not too far. Hopefully, but that direction, right? I point in the way my hair was going.
Sure.
So then another minute to turn back into mist.
Back to mist, and you head in that direction, right? All right. So you have a direction. You don't have a pinpoint location. So you do know the extent of the range of your spell, and you know a direction. Doesn't necessarily mean it's directly on the line of your hair, right? But you know it's up to 3 miles away in that direction. You still have to keep your eyes out. So, could someone make a perception check for me as you guys are sort of spaced out, flying above the Badlands, looking for signs of brass dragons, anything? Did you fly away from the epicenter of the battle that had taken place between the green and brass dragons, the corpses of the dragons that had littered the ground begin to come less and less until it's just empty wasteland beneath you?
Just one or
Two. Two different people. Who wants to do it? Two non-Elevorning people.
two non-Elevorn? Alright, well, I'm not an Elevorn. I offer
You are
myself.
not. All right. Nedadian, Era, either of you wish to roll a dice today?
I'll roll.
Okay.
I rolled a 14.
All right.
I rolled a 21.
All right. Dadan, from where you are, taking one of the flanks of the four of how the four of you are flying, Elevorn predominantly is leading you all in the correct direction. You spot what looks to be, at first, corner of your peripheral, a large snake, perhaps, but doing a double take and focusing your vision on it, you can see that it's in fact it's a tail, a green tail, and covered by some dead brush, partially buried in sand. You can see, getting a better angle on it, it's a fairly large green dragon. Not nearly as large as Dreamtalon, perhaps. Still along the order of the size of the ones that you had seen that had taken part in that fight between the two types of dragons. though this one quite a far ways away from the ones that you had seen prior, and nothing else around it.
Maybe. I mean, it's worth investigating. Can I go check it out?
Sure. Swooping down and getting closer, make an investigation check. As you can see, this green dragon obviously covered in wounds of various kinds. It's like punctures, slashes, even some scorch burn marks cover its scales.
That is 17.
17. Looking at it, the cuts, the wounds, they're not in places that you yourself would attempt to aim blows. They're not lethal wounds. It seems like these wounds were more to inflict pain, to almost as if to torture, than to actually score a killing blow.
Interesting. So, somebody tried torturing it, probable information out of this thing? Can I... Well, actually, it's in a better condition than everything else, right? So we could
As
assume
far
this was alive afterwards? Or at least the
as
initial
far as
fighting?
yeah, it doesn't seem to be as far into like the necrosis process as the ones where you had come from. That is correct.
Um...
The
I
others
get...
are continuing forward. So, you guys aren't going full speed as in this one because you are looking for signs as well.
Yeah, I'll just see if... Because I don't think there's anything here for me to be able to do anything with. But maybe we'll find something later in relation to this.
So back to the sky going to catch up with the others.
I'll mention it to them.
Okay. So not able to use the bracelet in this form, but you catch up to them and explain what you had seen back there. At this point, it's hundreds of feet back, as you guys can move really quickly, but it wouldn't take too long to get back to it. So eventually, the word of what Duen found spreads to all of you.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
So it's alive though?
No, it is not.
It's not alive.
I couldn't find anything else about it, but yeah, it was definitively tortured.
See, I forgot to ask for specifically the brass dragons. So maybe we're finding green dragons now. Um, but still might be worth finding. So I guess we continue? Or
Just so it's clear, I don't know if you guys are. The dragon that Dran had just found was green.
yeah, which is what prompted me to say I forgot to ask specifically for brass dragons, so we might be flying towards green dragon.
I think you asked for brass dragons, I'm pretty sure.
So you're thinking that the green dragons tortured another green dragon.
I don't
Maybe?
know.
Oh,
You'll never
yeah.
know.
Possible.
Okay, it is possible. Definitely is. Humans torture humans all the time. So
Right.
I'm just wondering if that's like your thoughts, just if that's what you were thinking when you had said what you said. Anyways,
Yeah, that too. I mean, it's possible this one was tortured because it didn't agree, and didn't fall in line, but also it could be that the brass dragons got it. I don't know what is better. It's all kind of bad. And the wind can't shake its head, so whatever.
I shake my wind. What do you call the top part of a wind? I don't know. Anyways, continuing forward, you start to see signs that on Elavorn era, at Edion, you can never see anything. But you get the sense that you're getting closer by the stuff that other people point out. Era, you see what looks like remnants of some kind of a hunt of some kind. You see a large mammalian creature, or at least parts, what's left of it. Not necessarily what's left of it, but parts of it. Tufts of fur, a bit of claw. It looks like something this creature, from what is left of it, looks like it was once belonged to something fairly large. And so whatever had killed it and taken it somewhere else was a fair deal larger. Around the area, you can spot indentations of large talons, claws.
I mean, we're all still in the sky, right? As wind form?
Yeah.
So I guess, I mean, would I be able to point it out and ask if it's something I should look into? Like, I mean, I'll at least point it out if the other ones don't notice.
All right.
I've kind of been trying not to look. I mean, it's normal. It's just had to be pretty big, right? I mean, is there other stuff that's this big? I mean, you don't know. I don't know. It was something big, though, right? I mean, both the creature that's there remains and the one that brought it here, or whatever.
It's more like took it away than brought it here.
Yeah.
After finding this, could someone make a survival check with advantage, or two separate people make a survival check, please?
Okay.
You doing with advantage?
That's 24 total.
All right. So, after overcoming your desire to not look, your need to find these dragons and remembering what you're here for takes over, and the four of you fly down and you investigate the area, and it becomes clear that from the markings around, from the slight bit of scorched earth not far beyond, that this is certainly a creature that was hunted by dragons of some sort, or at least one dragon, at the very minimum. Looking around the area for any signs of tracks or movement or anything, for any type of indication of what direction this thing might have been headed, you find it, Elevorn. You see the area where the creature would have been dragged. You see some heavy footfalls not yet completely recovered by the dust and wind of the terrain. And you find direction. So if something is hunting, maybe something has a shelter, home nearby, you have a direction. You follow in that direction, the four of you's eyes peeled, where you find, almost hidden, a cavernous entrance to something underground. Rocks and brush piled to obfuscate the entrance. If you weren't looking for something in the area, it would have easily blended in, and if you were not flying kind of low to the ground as you were trying to find tracks, you would have definitely overlooked it from an aerial view. Are you continuing in?
This might have been what had done something to that green dragon we saw earlier. It did look fresher. If there is something deeper in here.
Well, yeah. Do we go in and look, or do we, would it be better to just, I guess just look for now, yeah.
It doesn't hurt, we
Okay.
can stay in this form and just have a look around. We're harmless wisps of air.
Yeah, I just wanted to be polite, because we need their help. You know, if it is the brass dragons, or a brass dragon. So, yeah, okay.
So you're going in as mist form?
Yeah.
Alright. Heading in, it opens up fairly quickly. The actual sort of tunnel that leads further underground is very wide. Large enough that most certainly a dragon could fit and maneuver through. Not too far in, the paths do branch off, one left, one right.
If we stay as mist, we can split up.
Maybe the more areas we cover, Miss?
Nothing too far in. Maybe just 5 or 10 minutes in and meet right back here.
Okay. That sounds good. I think you're both right.
All right, who's going left? Who's going right?
Left.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Era? Okay. Alright. I assume that leaves left for Durand. So Durand and Elevorn go left, Nedadian and Era go right. Durand and Elevorn, within 5 minutes of heading down the left path that begins to descend even further, you come to a dead end. A pile of boulders and rocks that blocks your path forward.
Dang. I mean, any way that we fit through as wind?
Let me see how big of a... I'm looking at the spell now. It doesn't specify.
I imagine it's not exactly like gaseous form, but similar?
Gaseous form specified. Gaseous form. Because I'm thinking, like, the one thing you definitely can't do, is, like, you can't split yourself into, you can't split yourself apart. And I'm wondering, how thin would you be able to spread,
Mm-hmm. It might not be possible. That's okay. I, as a ball of wind, am slamming myself into the rocks. I'm trying.
You can get, you can snake your way part way through, but there are small rocks, big rocks, pebbles and stuff, but it gets to the point where you can't, stretch yourself around objects. You can make your way in, a foot, maybe, but it does get to the point that, it blocks you out. Just because you can't separate the gassiness of your body into multiple...
That's fine.
bits.
I'll shake my airy body left and right.
Alright.
Can't go through. We may as well go back and wait for the others. Or, I guess, meet them on that way. We could probably catch up.
As Elevorn and Durand are discussing that, Nedadian and Era, you follow the right path, and it goes from this large opening that could fit, the dragon, and it does begin to fluctuate with its size to a point where you would question whether a dragon could fit through here, to a point where you know that larger dragons definitely wouldn't be able to fit through here. Then it opens up again, and eventually it turns to what looks like completely natural outcropping, and you get to a point where if you were not missed, you would be at risk of, having plummeted, as it opens to a really large natural underground cave. At least that's what the sound tells you of the sort of echoing ambiance. as even with your dark vision, you're not able to see the extents of the size of this cave.
You think we should try to go down there?
It's a good question.
We still have a little bit of time on these forms, don't we? We could try to see how far down it goes, and if it seems to go forever and ever, then we just come back up.
Sounds like a plan to me. I'm with it.
All right. So you guys begin to head down. Doesn't go down forever. As you descend, you begin to hear the sound of a bit of trickling water somewhere along the cave walls. Some water is coming out and beginning to pool along the floor of this cave, which from where you guys were, where it had opened up, maybe about 250 feet further down.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And again, dark to the point where long ago you lost sight of where you had entered this place, and if it's you can't, again, no light, you can't see the extents of what's going on here. So
Oh my goodness.
it's just a very large
Wait, hold up. If if it's going like that, I would definitely use my bracelet and tell them we're going down a ladder.
You can't. Not a ladder. There's no ladder.
Not feels like a ladder. 250 might as well be one.
Not a ladder. You just flew down as
Whee!
you're in mist form.
Ah, that's. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, you didn't climb down 250 feet without a check.
I almost forgot about this part. That's
Yeah,
how I was like, I would know. Oh my god.
I would not have gone 250 feet. Like I would have stopped.
By the time we got down there, we had to go back up. No, thank you.
5 minutes? Are you?
Literally. This point is fine.
But yeah, by the time you guys do get back there, even with your mist form walking, if you were going to be meeting back up, 5-10 minutes maybe you should be heading together. So.
Yeah, and
No
if
one
it's
listens.
really dark there anyways, then we just should head back up and meet the others.
You head back up, your winds collide with each other, and you kind of bonk and kind of shake your wind and get your bearings, and you guys...
Sorry!
The four of you have reunited. Let's go ahead and take a quick break as you think about discussing what the next step might be.
Father.
What'd you say?
Father.
Oh, okay. towards the dead end, and Era and Netadion having gone right, leading to a mass, expansive, natural cave. You guys meet back up around where you had initially split ways. What are you guys doing?
Well, we found a rock slide or something blocking this side of the cave.
Yeah, no way through, even like this. I tried.
Well, we definitely found a way. We couldn't really see anything, and we didn't want to continue.
Okay. Well, was it just so you'd meet us back here, or was there something else?
No, we didn't see anything, but we didn't want to go further without you guys, and we didn't want to turn back. Anyways, yeah, this way.
It was super dark, so that's kind of one reason why we didn't want to move on. Even with the dark vision that we have, it's dark, so dark.
Well, I still have the prism thing that can give off light. But maybe we could go back and see if maybe I don't know. Well, maybe we could look at one, like using magic or something, further in the cave.
There's a bit of a descent as well. So maybe when we get to there, we could or if you want to use your light thinker beforehand, that's fine. But yeah, we don't. That's all we know.
Okay. Well, should we go that way then? I mean, it's sort of the only choice, right? I mean, are you guys okay going back, or was it not? Do you not want to go back in?
I mean, since we have a way to get some light over there, I'm fine going down there.
I don't know why I didn't think about, bringing some kind of light for, caves. I'm sorry.
I mean, it's not your fault. I think we all just kind of didn't realize that we might end up going into a cave.
Yeah, I was just thinking it's, the Badlands and there's not much cover, so, Anyway.
Yeah.
I guess we're having this conversation as mist, aren't we? We can
Yes.
switch back. Yeah. Okay, so that we don't have to switch back now. We can just go.
Perfect.
Alright, so you're going back the way that Netadion and Era had gone?
Yes,
Yes.
please.
Okay. So back through the tunnel where it narrows to the point where larger dragons probably would definitely not be able to fit through here, and that fluctuates, and you get to the sort of sheer drop off that Neri and Era had scaled down the wall. Standing there, those of you with dark vision can see out to the extent of your vision's radius, 60 feet or so, but there's not much to see within that range at all. You can see the almost sheer walls going down. You can't see to the surface. You can't see to the bottom. You can just make out audibly the sound of trickling water from down below, but otherwise it's that sort of empty, still air, sort of white noise of a vast cave. What are you doing?
I know we're here with a purpose, but I'm really curious. I just want to know what's at the bottom. Because maybe what we're looking for is down there, or, you know.
Okay.
And that is like not, the bottom is like, you know, hundreds of thousands of feet down. I mean, if it just keeps going down and we've opened up into a ravine at some point, I would turn back, just saying. You know, I'm not like going until there has to be ground here somewhere. You know?
Yep, having the same exact thoughts and conversation basically that Era and Neri had right before they went and found the ground.
Yeah.
So, you guys are heading down?
Down, please.
Alright.
Down.
So, 250 feet down, gliding along the walls that are slick with some sort of underground water source that is just leaking through the rocks and beginning to trickle down the side of the cave wall and pool on the floor that you find yourselves coming to. Again, dark, but you have hard stone beneath your would-be feet. Still no light. What are you guys doing?
How do you say hello in Draconic?
Avayon.
I'm living good.
If this is to be believed, it's Avayon.
Avayon.
Arvayor?
No R, just Avayon.
Azerbaijan?
Valjean.
Aubergine?
Avidoche? Okay.
It even has an O somewhere in there that you can extend if you wanted to echo in a large cave.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm turning back into an elf, and I'm just going to attempt to call that.
Shout it out.
Yeah.
Hello, hello, hello. In Draconic, of course. What was that again, Elevorn? What was hello in Draconic?
Avayorn?
Is that right?
Avayorn!
Avayon. Pretty good. Alright. Strange accent, but that echoes. You hear a fluttering of wings, small wings, like somewhere a little group of bats had been surprised or disturbed.
Aw, bats.
But after the echo dies down, the calm, sort of comforting, sort of disconcerting silence of the cave returns as you stare off into the still pitch blackness of this underground cave.
So I root around with my backpack.
Mm-hmm.
I take out the prism.
Mm-hmm.
And I say, soul.
Okay. What's the radius of light that it can?
I have to look that up. Sorry, hang on.
I can look that up. You just don't know every specification of every magic item you have off the top of your head. Did I even make a doc for this? Soul Moon Prism. Sunlight is emitted from the prism, shedding bright light 15 feet and dim light for 15 feet beyond that. Only the bright light. So, a 30-foot radius of light. Not the largest source of light that there is, but it acts as a very bright, shining beacon in the hand of Elevon as she activates it.
I can see.
What exactly do we see with the radius that we have?
You see cave.
Excellent.
30 feet is not a huge amount. You are this isolated, small orb of visible light in a very large black cave. And again, you have just basically come to the edge and gone straight down. So you're like against there, and you have all of this. So, which way you guys decide to explore, whether it be keeping the wall, staying alongside the cave wall, or just venturing forth into whatever might be before you, that's up to you. And also, maybe something to remember how to get out of here would be good too, if you guys are going to go further.
You mean up? That's crazy. I mean, I could demist form. Could I hold the firebolt? It wouldn't give me much light.
It wouldn't give you much, but it would give you something. You could. It's just a little cantrip, and its main function isn't to produce light, but it does give off some. Like if you're holding it, like if you're trying to examine like the wall or something, it will give you enough to see stuff, but it's not gonna do more than what the item that Elevon has out is doing. Alright, so the 1 hour timer of the Solar Prism is starting. So what are you guys doing?
I'm gonna go over to the cave wall, and I'm going to use prestidigitation to make a arrow pointing up on the wall.
Okay. Alright. So
Oh wait, I have chalk. I'll do it with the chalk too. I'm gonna do it with the and we're like, what am I doing? And get the piece of chalk out and then do it with the chalk too. Yeah.
There you go. So both. So the chalk amplified by prestidigitation.
Yeah.
So there's like a chalk arrow pointing up with like neon lights around, like outlining it, flashing on and off of your prism. This way. We're open. Yes, we're open. Okay. Still.
I'm torn. Do I make everything worse? Just feel like I make stuff worse sometimes.
Am I making things worse right now? I don't know. We'll see. What are you guys doing? Come on, I'm coffeeed up. What are you guys doing?
I think I'm trying to see like if there's like claw marks or something, some indication about if there might be dragons there.
In the area of light that you can see, or
Yes.
right against the wall here?
Yeah.
Make a perception check.
Fuck.
Yeah. This is gonna be a while. Elevon has the only source of light that you guys have, and it's not a huge one.
Okay, this is nat 20.
Natural 20.
Yeah.
So, as Elevon is making her chalk mark on the wall with the Soloon Prism in her hand, kind of lighting it up, everyone else is looking around. As Elevon finishes up and moves kind of back towards all of you, no sign of claw marks or anything to dealing with dragons, Netadia, but your natural inclination towards, well, a glint of light catches your eye. The light from the solar prism reflects off something on the wall, something alluring. And against the cave wall, beneath where some of this water is trickling down, the solar prism's light had glinted across what looks like an exposed vein of gold.
Ooh.
So, not exactly what you were looking for, but what you saw.
I'm tempted, but at the same time, I know I probably shouldn't. I don't even have any tools to try to dig it out. But I'm tempted. I'm just gonna be staring at it for a while.
Just give your dagger to Elevon. She'll punch it out.
But yeah, I think I'm distracted by it, at least for a little bit.
Ah, great. You're even with your natural 20, you just got distracted by perception check. All right.
I'm going to use locate creature. A
What
brass
creature
dragon.
are you locating? Locating a brass dragon.
Yeah.
So the locate creature spells let you be vague like that? I think it does. I'm just asking.
It says to locate a specific creature known to you or the nearest creature of a specific kind, such as a human or a unicorn, so long as you have seen such a creature up close within 30 feet, at least once.
Yep.
If the
You
creature
check
described.
all those boxes.
Boxes.
Boxes have been checked. All right. 1,000 feet? Right?
Yeah.
Alright, so looking forward, locate creature, brass dragon, 1,000 feet around you in this cave. In the cave? Nothing. However, you do get a bead behind you and above you. A
Wait,
couple,
what?
actually.
So I'm finding
So yes.
Okay, joy. I'm just bouncing up and down. I'm just so happy.
You are down here, right? 250 feet down. This is where you guys came down, right? You're getting it from somewhere in that direction.
Oh, from where we came down?
It would be back from where you came down, yeah. It would be back up there. At least that's the way that Elemon's getting the bead.
So we have to clear the rock slide? I don't understand. They
You don't
really?
know.
Well, there wasn't anywhere else to go, was there?
Are you backtracking?
I mean, if that's where the ping is coming from, I don't know if we.
Going to point at it, so we have a clear direction of where we're going, and okay.
It's back the way you came, and up is where you're getting it from. Because you are 250 feet down, remember?
Not in the cave. Is it like ground level then, or is it higher? I don't know. I can't tell.
You have
Let's
like
just
a
go back
directional. Yep. So back to Mistform, back up, and following Elevorn, who is following your locate object, which, at this point, I guess now would be the first time that Skyrite starts dissipating, right? So, because this is concentration, yeah. I think it is.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. It does lead you back towards the path that you and Durand had taken, beyond the that blocking of rocks and boulders.
So we're back there to where the rock slide is?
Yes, as
Okay.
mist.
Great.
Maybe there's a way around? Or I can try clearing the rubble as best as possible.
Say your thoughts out loud, everyone.
Is there like any indication on the ground that someone has been there?
Make an investigation or a survival check, of course.
Investigation is survival.
Okay.
Investigation and survival.
I could conjure animals. I could use move earth potentially, but that might not be a good idea to use such a high level spell, but I could do it. I think maybe it would be a good use of it. I don't know. I don't know why it's closed. And would they be in here or would they be? I don't know.
29 for investigation.
Jesus. So looking at it, there's not much in the way of footfalls, as this far down you're pretty much dealing with near solid stone. Though it doesn't look as if dust or dirt has settled, so maybe something has been through here recently. What you do find that tips you off is, as you walk up to the apparent rock slide, it strikes you as a little bit off. It looks too neat, is what you would say, after looking at it for a while. And on one of the larger rocks near the base, you actually do see grooves into the stone, as if made by claw marks, as if a clawed creature had manipulated the large stone and placed it here intentionally.
Could I guess, look into that area where the claw marks are?
Okay, it's just a rock on the. It's just a large stone on the, like, near the base of where this blocking is. There's no hidden switch or secret button, as far as you can tell.
Is
Oh my
that
God.
rock the switch or the secret button?
The rocks, my enemies. I'm gonna start picking up.
You guys start picking up rocks?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, so Era starts reaching in and grabbing rocks that she could easily grab and just kind of tosses them to the side, not really doing much to clear the path, but you know,
Tiniest rocks.
Yeah, just.
Oh my God.
Just taking rocks and tossing them, clattering behind her as she does.
You go ahead first. Yeah.
Sorry. Just detect magic? Question mark.
Okay. Aside from what you would expect to see on yourself and your friends, nothing. These rocks are not magical.
I wasn't. Mm.
I guess I would be distracted enough by the if somebody's throwing stones on the floor. I'm gonna go and just look for a moment at what is going on and use the telekinesis things.
Okay, so you're also kind of so Era is just picking up small rocks and tossing them aside. You're telekinetically picking up small rocks.
as large as I can.
As large as I can. To be about the same as, you know, the largest rock that you could manage, which you're pretty strong despite
Yeah,
your.
I'm pretty strong. I mean, I could multitask. I can use the telekinesis and then yeah, and
Okay.
just use my hands
Gotcha.
too. Yeah.
So, Era and Netadion just are starting to clear out the rubble the good old-fashioned way. Just some elbow grease and determination. Elavon, Tadan?
Did you see something?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything. I just thought we were going this way. I was distracted by there's a gold vein, so I was
Way
distracted.
back
I'm
there,
not
and I
sure.
was still thinking
I'm not
about
sure
it.
what's going on.
Oh,
I guess I point out the I guess indentations. I was like, oh, I thought there would be like a switch here or something, but there's nothing. There goes my idea.
Are we doing this just for nothing? I'm stopping.
Duran, it has to be something, right? I mean, it's got marks on it. Why would this one be the only one that has marks on it?
Who said that?
You did.
I said that she saw one. I didn't say that you didn't look at every single rock and boulder in this thing in front of you.
Alright, well, I'm doing that, I guess.
Looking at every single rock and boulder and the thing in front of you?
I don't know how big this area is, so I don't know what I'm...
It would be
'Cause
large enough for the
unfortunately-
creatures that you are still detecting on the other side to get through.
Okay, sorry. I was envisioning kind of a smallish hallway type tunnel thing, and I was like, well, there's gotta be something,
No.
you know.
No. Like I described before, these areas it's from the beginning were pretty much large enough for a dragon to fit through. That was thought a important first key point that I made. Like, you're in a pretty wide area. You're not cramped together by any means. Like Durand, or any of you rather, you can't reach the rocks that make their way up to the very top.
So it is substantial.
So we can climb.
I was kind of also under the impression that it was not a narrow cave.
I thought we were
but-
like in a spacious cave that had like a block.
No, you guys went back because that's where Elevorn was pinging the. So you guys went to the giant underground cave area that
Yeah.
Neredion and Era found.
Yeah.
You found that. Elevorn down there used locate creature,
Mhm.
focusing on brass dragons. The locate creature said they're back the way that Durand and Elevorn went. So
Yeah.
you flew back to that way and are
Yeah.
now at that dead end that
Yeah.
that
No,
Durand and
yeah, I
Ella had
again,
found.
I thought this slot, and it could be just because of the whole mist form thing that I took it for granted, but I didn't know it was that big.
Yeah, it's big enough. So this rock slide, the rocks that are stacked have fallen, however they may have gotten here, cover block off a tunnel that is large enough for a very large creature to get through.
So if we are just brute forcing past this, it would be better to just climb up to the top of the rocks and try to see what we can get out of the way. Starting from the bottom wouldn't make much sense.
I mean, if you dislodge the right rock, the whole thing could come down.
On us.
I mean, it's a quick way to do it.
Well, then it's the rock that's holding it together, because that's what it does. I mean, sure, there might be other ones that have claw marks, but, you know.
Are hundreds of rocks here. I said that she
All right,
found that
fine.
as
Everybody
more
get back.
as more of a saying, hey, this was an intentionally placed obstruction, not a natural rock fall, not a hey, this pile of rocks has a secret lever. Like that wasn't what I was going for. I apologize that so many of you took it that way, it seems.
Yeah, I didn't think about the lever, but I can see how the lever could be a thought, though.
Yeah, you pull a lever and what happened? What did the rocks do? What did the rocks? I don't know. Maybe
It opens.
maybe you guys would be.
It opens something underneath, and just
It
sucks
just
up all the
opens a-
rocks.
It's like no, just a door opens right to your left, just a door opens, just leads around it. It makes sense. Shouldn't be too whatever, because I'll probably use this somewhere in the future. Be like, yeah, why did you guys think of the rock lever switch? Obviously, it was there. Alright,
Yeah,
so
okay. Well, I was thinking the other tunnel only worked because only dragons who are of a certain level or a certain youngness could get through. They'd have to be small, or they'd have to be able to transform into a human to traverse that bit, just to make it harder for them to be followed. But sure, a rock slide works too. It's just a door. Okay, fine. I'm gonna use Move Earth, but not while everybody's on top of it, so we gotta back up.
So back up, everyone. Alright, so everyone backs up. Elevorn, in her frustration at the omnipotent voice in the sky, uses a very high-level spell to cast and manipulate and move the rocks tumbling from the top down, but in a controlled fashion to where basically you split the rock slide in half and move it to the side, unveiling a path through. Is Move Earth concentration.
There's no way. Is it?
It is, I think.
What? What are you concentrating on?
Concentrating on moving the Earth. Duh. Concentration
still have it for
up
2 hours.
Yeah,
Up
for
to
2 hours. So for 2 hours you can manipulate dirt, sand, and clay.
That is really busted. In this specific scenario in a cave. That is amazing.
All right. So path has been open to you. What are you guys doing? You still have the Solan Prism out and active, Elevorn? Or no?
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Alright. So, after maybe about a minute and a half of Elevorn having moved and manipulated the rocks, oddly enough, not directly manipulating the rocks because you can't actually move rocks with Move Earth. It has to be dirt, clay, and sand. But using the massive amounts of dirt, clay, and or sand that is part of the walls, you actually use those to move the rocks as basically as extensions of your hands and will. Just to be a bit within the rule. Same effect. So what are you guys doing?
Is there a particular reason we were kind of spirited back this way?
Well, this is where I was sensing dragons, but not anymore, because now I can move dirt.
You're so happy about that.
Well, at least we got a direction on where they are. If
Yeah.
it's not like they could have left any other way, I believe.
I hope.
They're all gone now.
They're gone with the spell.
Yep.
Not concentrating on
can't
locating
spell-
them, they're not there.
Exactly. Like, if you can't see it, does it really exist?
You've heard of out of sight, out of mind. Now out of spell,
Yeah.
out of mind.
Yep. Out of mind's eye, out of mind. Out of mind sight, out of mind. There you go.
I don't know if my accent is very good, but if you could try to greet them, they might be in here, before we go any farther, because this is their door and I just broke it. But I wasn't sure if they would hear us if it was up, because it's a lot of stone. This was a very thick wall.
Well, how close did you hear from them before? Not here. How close did you sense them before?
That's a good question. How close were they behind here? Because I knew that when I was at the wall, right?
The nearest one to you is about a little more than 100 feet. About
Shit.
100 feet.
Okay.
So it's like not too far in that way, and I point. Well, that's when I was sensing it. It might be awake now and closer. I don't know. But either way, I think declaring intentions might be good because it was more than one. Just, I
Oh my
don't really think about
God.
this.
Hello?
Hello.
Dalan's voice travels and echoes. Dalan, make a perception check.
19.
As you listen. 19, you say? That's a good perception. You hear nothing in response. Other than, you think you hear something. You hear a response of hello, but it's just your own voice.
Damn it. Wait, I heard
Stop copying me! Stop copying me! I'm an idiot! You're an idiot.
something. Alright. Well, if they are good, they know we're here. Definitively. If they could not tell from the sound of the rocks moving over before.
Okay. Well, time, and I'm just gonna walk in. With the
Alright,
prism.
everyone's walking in. Alright. You guys following?
Yeah, right next.
And
Nope.
when you say time, are you just walking brazenly in? No attempts at being stealthy whatsoever, Elephant? Just to
Like,
clarify.
don't want to. I'm holding the Solin prism above my head, and I am just like basically trying to alert them that we're here because I need to speak with them immediately because we're running out of time.
Okay. You get about 30 feet in. Not even 10 seconds after you pass through where you had cleared out the rock slide when you hear from deeper in, though the sound echoes around you, not able to exactly pinpoint where it is, a low, rumbling growl, warning, warding off.
I will shout and can I actually worse. I guess before I do that, is there any way to tell if the growling is like what it might be? Or is it just generic growl?
Sounds like sounds pretty big.
Okay. So a big thing.
Like the vibrato of it, kind of, you can just feel it at the surface of your skin. It's not like bone shakingly loud, but you can definitely feel it reverberating.
Okay. I'll shout in Draconic. We mean you no harm.
Make a persuasion check.
While he's shouting, Elvorn's going to put the prism away, just tuck it into her backpack. Like.
Okay. I'll take it. It's 16.
Okay. You said you put the soul in prism away?
Well, it's still on. It's just like
In your bag or away?
Yeah.
Alright, so Elevon puts the light away again, your eyes even like readjusting to the now darkness of this cave. Durand, you shout that out in Draconic. Era, you hear him. Elavorn and Netadion you hear as well, but not sure what it is that he said. Everyone make a dexterity saving throw.
No.
As the light has gone from the solar prism as it is put away. However, you see a growing light coming from deeper into the cave, an orange glow that grows brighter and closer. As soon, the four of you are engulfed in the fiery breath of a brass dragon.
$23.
Okay.
21 total.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah, we're all close together. Y'all all get +2.
+2.
So that's 25.
Okay.
Mine is
6.
What was that, Arrow?
6.
6. With the +2, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whoa.
Okay, so everybody except for Era succeeds as you are engulfed in flames. Though Era, you do have natural resistance to fire, so that's good. You hear a bellowing voice, deep, powerful, and feminine. Deceive us, traitors, never again. As
They sound angry.
what did you say, Durand?
Yeah, what the fuck did you say? I thought you knew Draconic.
I thought you knew Draconic.
I don't think I flubbed that.
Alright. So, you would all take 40 points of fire damage. However, 0 to both Duranda and Neredian, as you both have take no damage on successful dexterity saves due to your shield and natural evasiveness. Elavorn, you succeed. You take 20 points of fire damage. Era, you just love hugging the fires, be it wherever it comes from. You take 20 points of damage as well.
Oh gosh. Ow.
Ah, yes, I've missed this warmth.
No.
Familiar warmth.
I just want to look at it.
This is familiar.
I have an important. Wait, she screamed in Draconic, right? So I can't understand her.
Yeah. Are you asking? Yeah, definitely Draconic. She heard Duran spoke in Draconic, she responded. That would make sense. I do not have a brass dragon, so we will pretend that this white dragon is a brass dragon.
Sure. Don't you have a red one?
Yeah, but I've used the red one before.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to.
You want to use a new one? Okay, fine. That's fine.
Yeah, I want to change it up. You know? All right. Could everyone please roll initiative for me? As that was.
What if I don't want to fight?
Surprise round. Well, then you could do other things on your initiative turn.
Okay, cool. We're getting rid of the 20s early, I see.
You got a natural 20.
Oh my gosh, 22.
Alright.
6.
Nice.
$17.
Okay. Okay. Dalan, you are up first to fight or not. Your choice. So, as the flames around you are lighting up the area, as the flames cling to, well, a bit of your surrounding Ern smolders as well as Era. During the time of that breath attack, you definitely saw the gleam of brass scales from the dragon in front of you. You also see wounds around the face, fresh seeming wounds from, you imagine, this dragon having been a survivor of what happened on the surface.
How close can I get to her?
You could get all the way up if you wanted to.
Okay.
Give her a big hug.
It's okay.
It'll
It's
be
not
alright.
your fault. It's not your fault. You getting right up to the dragon?
Yeah.
You have 35 feet of movement, right?
Yeah.
Yep, just enough.
Let's stay speaking Draconic. I think it's.
Okay.
Actually, I don't think it's gonna do me any favors. But
So just common now?
yeah.
Okay, what are you saying?
Trying to find the right word. Let's just go with. Please, noble brass dragon. We are just here to help. You look hurt. Let me help you.
Make a persuasion check as the eyes you see rage.
Before that, can I use lay on hands?
Okay. Sure. You're just reaching out, attempting to lay on hands. Go ahead and make a
Yeah, I'm
melee
not.
weapon attack because she's not just going to let you touch her at this point.
Yeah,
in
I
time.
suppose that's true.
So you have to forcibly help her.
That's a 24 to hit.
Yeah, you do manage to lay your hands on.
Beautiful. Let's give her. How much HP do dragons normally
Yeah, that's the answer I'm going to give.
have? Come on.
Come on.
I'm not quite sure how much to throw here. Let's do. This is just a sign of good faith. Let's do 10.
10. So you do that and then you say what you said?
Yeah.
So going up, bracing yourself, still having like the shield up, sword not out yet, not out at all, I assume, but shield just at the ready because probably just in case, or you just like nothing?
No. Well, my shield, definitely. But no sword.
So no sword. So you rush up, shield in hand, and you reach out. The dragon begins to begins to backpedal as you extend your hand towards it, managing to graze your fingertips across the sort of where the shoulder would be, I guess the forelegs meets the body, and expend your divine healing energy into the dragon. You can see a bit of the color that had faded with scarring to come back in the local area of where you had touched. When you say what you said, go ahead and make a persuasion check. I will say that your successful lay on hands has altered the DC requirement.
Why couldn't I have just started this game as a standard paladin with really high charisma?
With good charisma.
Right? It is a 14.
Nope. There's a moment's hesitation where it seems like you almost got through, but the eyes still apparently seeing red, anger, mistrust. Made the mistake. Leaving you, trusting you before, I will not fall for your tricks again. And does not seem as if the brass dragon is believing you at this point in time.
Understand.
Is that the end of your turn?
No,
No.
I will also... use... It's a bonus action, right? I don't remember anymore. It is, okay. Bonus action Sanctuary.
Okay. Gotcha.
Myself.
Alright. And that's your turn. Which leaves us to Era. It is your turn. You witnessed all this from back there as you were patting out the remains of what embers cling to your cloak and robes.
I will follow Durand and do something similar, where I'll speak to it in Draconic.
Alright, so 30 feet forward.
Yes, actually.
Mm-hmm. Alright. What do you say?
Oh, we swear to you we won't harm you. Just, we have no time. We need your help. We need your help. I'm going to prepare or hold, if I can, Wall of Force.
Okay, so you're holding your 7th level spell?
5th.
Okay. Okay, so you're holding Wall of Force. Gotcha. To use when? Like, what's the trigger that you're thinking of?
1 sec.
Is this better or worse for you guys, the combat time? I don't know why it
I
was
don't see
showing
it.
my cursor. You don't see it at all?
Yeah, it's gone.
It's
Maybe.
gone.
Hold on.
It's not gone.
No, it's off to the side.
Oh, I
on the
see.
table.
Oh,
But it's fine.
It's good. Because for some reason before it was showing my cursor. Is it still showing my cursor for you guys?
It does show the cursor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is showing the cursor, but if you put it off to the side, it's fine.
Okay.
Also,
Uh,
use it to direct us too.
Yes. This is Era.
Wait, what?
Okay. Yeah, that's true. I can use it.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Cool. Fancy. I know technology.
Yeah.
So you swear, is that all you were saying, Era?
I'm actually gonna do Autolux Fear. I want to hold that for now.
Oh, you want to hold the
Yeah,
resilience here?
in the event that she attacks.
Another breath.
Yeah.
So in case
I would
she
like
does
to not. Thank you.
go to make a persuasion check, please.
Okay. Oh, that sucks. Hold on.
Oh no.
7.
No. The dragon shouts over you, Dran, towards Era. You can spew as much poison and lies as your leader does. You will not go any further. That leads us to the dragon's turn. As apparently wounded as this brass dragon is, she clearly is not at full strength, but she swipes out at you with a reckless abandon and ferocity of a creature backed into a corner, desperately lashing. The first attack, well, first I'm going to reroll to see if they got their breath weapon back. Good to know. And then lashing out at you with fang and claw.
Before you do rolls, she has to succeed wisdom.
Right.
Yeah.
So wisdom saving throw.
Yeah.
The first one is 16.
And she has less because of something here. I think I still remember how to play my class.
-2.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. The same thing as protect, but a penalty to enemies. Yeah. Oh wait, it's a D4. No, it's a D4.
Oh, minus a D4.
So this could still not work. Oh wait, no. It could work.
It definitely doesn't work. What's your DC?
15. Oh, it could still work.
It can still work if I only
Also
roll like 1. And that is a 1.
Damn it, it worked. Okay, it hits.
Yep. So 15. So.
Alright. Oh, actually, what's the attack number?
The attack number is a 24.
Yeah, that hits.
Alright, so you take 14 points of slashing damage from the first attack.
Okay.
Just able to avoid it. Second attack against you. Wisdom saving throw is doesn't matter about the D4, that's a 22 on the dice.
Yep.
The damage for that one is 13 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And the bite coming down, now that one doesn't matter. That's a 9 on the wisdom saving throw. It seems like your words, something about the way that you're standing there just fending off and not really poising to counterattack. The dragon rears back, bares fangs, and looks like she's about to strike, but doesn't. Then a final attack, as with their hasted action, is 21 to overcome the wisdom save, and then a 19 to hit on the attack.
It doesn't.
So that claw, you do deflect with the shield. That is the brass dragon's turn, and we are over to you, Elavorn.
Elavorn is going to turn into a unicorn.
Okay. And think I know what you're going to do, but go ahead and say it, just so I don't have to assume.
I would like to move close enough. I have 60 feet of movement, so I want to make sure I can hit her with calm emotions.
Yep, that's what I thought. So, just getting within range?
I'll walk up to her, like calmly, like not running.
Sure.
So if I can't move all the way up, moving in that fashion, I will not move as far, as I can.
Okay. So you get right up to like the Don's side.
And then I'm just going to telepathically say to her, Drum Talon, I want to return Drum Talon to you, but I can't do it alone.
So first,
so like I can't do it alone. And then I'm just going to kind of bow to her, like in deference.
So we'll do the calm emotions first as you walk up. The aura of your unicorn presence. If your allies would allow it, you can be sort of nervous. Obviously, sudden attack of this brass dragon has everyone at least a little on edge, but you could take the edge off there. And walking up to the dragon herself, I'm going to make the charisma saving throw against calm emotions. So it's a charisma saving throw. That's a 14.
It's mine, right? The
Yes.
save is? Okay.
Yeah.
So it would have to have been a 16?
So that does not succeed. Well, actually 14 on the dice, minus 2 more. Not that it mattered, but Durand is still there. Okay?
Thank you for validating my existence.
Yeah, there you go.
I didn't take points of damage for nothing.
So, the calm emotions has also now lowered the DC of the persuasion check you're about to make.
That's a 14 total.
14 is exactly what you needed. The eyes go from Dadan to you, Elevhorn, and out loud. Drim Talon. How do you know that name?
Am I allowed to respond? Because I would respond.
She backs up, and you can see the aggressive postures. She's still defensive, but no longer aggressively looking towards 4 of you. Bring him back. Drim Talon is dead. You... Who are you?
I am Elborn, and we found Drum Talon, and it was... I can't describe the sorrow that I felt, and I never knew Drum Talon in life, but it seems wrong that Drum Talon has died, and time is precious, but if we aren't too late, I could return Drum Talon, at least their consciousness, to this world, but not in the form that he previously occupied. I can't bring him back to what he was, but as a race such as ours, and I kind of motion with my horn to everybody. But he would be free to be with you, of course, and your kind. It is for your kind, mainly, that I want to do this, because He's the leader and the protector, and I don't know of your culture. I would need your help. I could not do it alone.
You came searching for us to bring back Dream Talon.
To you, I don't know that Dream Talon would want anything to do with us, but to help you. Because whatever happened here wasn't right, and I don't even know what happened. But I just want it to be better somehow.
You do not then follow Morkantra.
I don't know who that is. I follow LaRue. I mean, I worship LaRue.
And Bahamut, if that speaks for anything, if this design on this shield means anything to you.
I recognize it. I also know the extents that some would go to deceive. Just so you guys know, you have heard the name before.
It was mentioned. Yeah.
Contra is the green dragon, part of the Children of the Scourge. She looks long and hard at each of you. At this point, suppose even if there's a chance that you are not lying, I should indulge it. We've lost near everything anyway. Follow me. And the dragon turns, heads deeper into the cave.
Thank you, and I'll follow her.
Me too.
Following back, there's this cave seems to branch off. It feels like a dragon's lair. Multiple branching paths. The brass dragon that you had convinced of your innocence knows the paths. Otherwise, it would take you hours, if not longer, to maybe find the right way. But she leads you back to an area that is lowly lit with a couple of gathered bits of brush and dried wood, as well as bone put into a sort of fire pit and low embers burning there. You can see the remains of meals, the bones and carcasses of wild animals from the surrounding area. In this large sort of living space, you'd imagine, there are two other larger brass dragons. One who seems older and larger than this dragon herself, the scales beginning to be discolored and oxidized, one seeming a fair bit younger, and both of them laying. The older one seems pretty badly injured. The younger has two brass wormlings nestled up next to it. That's it. Total of this dragon and 4 others is all that's here. She speaks. After the betrayal, we were scattered. Have many different lairs, many different places to shelter ourselves from the weather or to rest throughout these lands. Many of them, when we approached, were laid with traps or ambush by the deceivers. I don't know how many more of our brood are out there. I don't know how many more safe places there are for us, or if any have been found, but found this one. We were going to stay here. I don't know how long. As long as we had to. But you found us. As she turns and stands in front of you, still interposing herself between you and the others behind. Though not outwardly aggressive, there is still this sort of, it seems, defensive nature about this dragon.
I would probably love to ask and answer any questions, but like Lavorn had said before, it might be best if we rush over to above ground.
What is it that you intend to do? I heard your intentions, but how? Looking to you, Elevon.
Well, I think a good amount of my power comes from the Rue and nature itself as well. And the idea is that you would coax a spirit back from the beyond, whatever, I guess, the Raven Queen would have guided them beyond already, maybe, or maybe not. I don't know if dragons interact with the Raven Queen. But anyway, a body would be created, and the soul could inhabit it. I'm afraid I don't have magic strong enough to bring back... No, I don't know the words to describe Drimtalon. It's amazing. I mean, the largest... Anyway, I don't have a way to... I don't know Drimtalon, and you do. You're his people. I couldn't ever hope to bring or even get the attention of his spirit, but I was hoping maybe you could.
You can see the brass dragon raise her head and straighten up her posture a bit, a sort of sorrowful pride as she digests the words that you have spoken and thinks towards the possibilities that you have presented.
Even without his form, his might, the knowledge alone that he would possess and that he could use to help you in any way. I mean, I can only imagine what he knows.
She nods slightly. That is correct. You may not even be able to imagine the extent of his knowledge. You can see the talons, the claws, scraping against the ground in contemplation. She speaks, introduces herself. I am Winnever, third daughter of the fourth son of Drimtalin. There's a possibility, a chance, of our kind, what's left of our people, being brought back together. Not just finding each other, but managing to exist peacefully within ourselves. We would need the wisdom, the mind of Drimtalin. Otherwise, I fear that even if there are others that have survived, conflict would arise. Those claiming to be the next in line to lead the brood. So for my family, I will join you. I do not know whether it is your intentions are true or whether you speak the truth. I must place my hopes in that you are not Morcontra's thralls. But at this point, we don't have many other options. Know that if you are lying to me, I will burn you until there is nothing left. Trust is what got us to this point. Trust in the words of snakes. Dragons claiming to have fled from the tyranny of their master, only to integrate themselves into our homes and betray us from the inside. We were too trustful. You can kind of see hints of doubt as she is speaking to herself more than you at this point.
I accepted that, you're a dragon, and I could not battle you and win. I know that, nor do I want to, but I accepted that, this might be the end, but to bring back something, would not even be a fair trade, really. I mean, my life for Dream Talent. Although, without my life, I couldn't return Dream Talent to life, or hopefully, I'm not even sure I'll be able to, but I want to try.
Very well. Then we shall try. I know whereabouts of Drim Talon's final resting place. As he fought, his last actions of life was to protect the treasures and secrets of our home. He collapsed our lair, our main home, so that our enemies could not access it. And he was caught in the collapse. Allow me to speak with my kin. And I shall be off.
I could help a little if you want. I mean, if anybody's injured. I mean, if you think that we could.
They are hurting, but not in any danger of death. 'Tis all. We are all hurting. And she walks back. You hear the low, growly sound of draconic mutterings spoken in the tongue that birthed the language. It's understandable to those of you that speak it, yet somehow still almost foreign sounding to both Durand and Era. It's almost like Era, it was a second language of yours, but hearing a dragon speaking draconic to each other, it makes you almost feel like, draconic as a second language kind of person, Durand. Like, damn, dude, that's the language I'm supposed to be fluent in. Like, do I even understand my language that well?
I see. Interesting.
I wouldn't say it's like slang, but maybe like forgotten words, some words that you hear that are just like, what the hell is that?
Mm-hmm.
Like either old, no longer used by, at least dragonborn kind. Anyways. Hey, what are you guys doing? You just waiting?
Well, she said she knew where to go. I suppose we can go meet her there.
Right. So, after maybe about 10-15 minutes of watching these near otherworldly creatures just interacting with each other, you see after she stops by, the younger seeming parent figure of the two wormlings, and speaking with the older one, leans down and places her cheek and neck against the cheek and neck of the others. You imagine this is a sign of affection between the dragons. She comes back. Let us be off. And leads you out of cave. As you probably wouldn't be able to find your way back out.
Oh, that's true.
On
It
your
was a
own.
bit of a maze.
Yep. As you pass by the rock slide, she asks, how did you get here? By what means did you travel? And how quickly can you return to Drimtalon?
Through magics that Elevorn casted as well, we can turn into mist and go as fast as the wind. So if it's a matter of getting there quickly, we can meet you there.
Very well. It sounds as if it would be a faster way than what I could provide. So you should do that. I will follow you as quick as I can.
Yes, don't trouble yourself. Save your strength.
I will be okay. You should head out now. Time is of the essence. Getting back there. All the while, she is reforming the rock and boulder barrier.
Oh, she could just do that?
She would like placing
Oh,
rocks and stuff,
okay.
like
I thought she
moving them
just
with like tail and hind leg. No, not magic telepathy type stuff.
I was like,
Though
damn, I don't know
with the
anything about
amount
brass
of,
dragons.
I thought they could control rocks. What?
Yeah,
It makes no sense.
that's not the right
Sure,
element.
whatever. Stone breath. Blah.
While she's doing that, if we have a second,
Hmm.
Would you happen to know how long ago? I imagine if you guys have been under here, it's hard to tell the days as they pass by, but just to have a general idea of when all of this took place.
It takes her a moment. Well, we've been here for nearing 4 days now. We found this place less than a week after the conflict, I want to say. Only 5, 6 days after. So that would lead it to be either around 9-10 days.
Okay. Good chances, right? I think. I don't remember the spell.
It's 10 days, exactly.
Oh God. Who picked this even ass number? Why not 2 weeks?
Yeah, why doesn't the mystical magic powers adhere to my humanoid perception of time? Why, as a matter of fact, why 10 days? Why not like some, I don't know. Someone had to choose some number.
Yeah, somebody had to choose some sort of a value.
Some cosmic number, like, you know, exactly 49,827,642 seconds. That's it. The cosmos has decided. Stamp.
Okay, so yes,
Right.
rush. 1000% rush.
So are you guys turning back into mist, or what are you doing?
Yeah. She wanted us to lead her way. We could be the wind under
I
her
mean, was she
wings.
offering to, like...
Was she what?
Was she offering transportation?
You would move faster than her. As wind. Dragons don't move at 300 feet per.
But does it matter? I mean, some of us could go ahead, but if there are more conversations wanting to be had, you know.
Elavon just wants to ride a dragon, you know. I mean, to be fair, I bet it's cool.
I will follow you in earnest as quickly as I can, but if time is running short, and I am the limiting factor, if there's any preparation that could or needs to be made prior to my arrival, you could take care of that in the meantime.
Yes, absolutely. I wasn't necessarily, if we were talking in character there, referring to myself.
Oh, okay. That, and I could move quicker myself if I did not have to be concerned about the well-being of a passenger.
Okay, so that is understandable. And so I'll begin to turn back into mist.
Okay. There's plenty of time for conversation after the important bits. So everyone's going mist and heading back towards Drim Talon?
Yeah.
Yes. All right.
Yep.
So, the four of you and Winniver exit the hole that leads back to the surface, out into the bright sunlight of. It's really still, mid-morning. Not much time has passed since you guys have met Chroma, and it's a little surprising because quite a bit has happened since. But you take your mist form and you begin to head back towards Drim Talon, soon leaving Winniver far behind. She's moving at like 80 feet per movement. You guys are at 300, so more than double the speed of this dragon. As you begin to approach the slight sinkhole that you now understand is caused by Drim Talon himself to bury the lair of the brass dragons, so that presumably the green dragons would not be able to get access to it. You see a cloud in the sky, or at least first appeared as a cloud, but as you get closer, it seems to be a sort of entropic mass of feathers and flesh, as there's just swirling vultures of various sizes above where Drim Talon lays. None descending, though. They're all just in the sky. There's none flying up or down. They are keeping their distance. You guys continuing?
What
You're not
would
able
flying
to see-
through them as wind do?
Why would you do that? I mean, you could, but why would you?
Because fuck
What
them.
do you want to do? Oh, okay. So you're not able to see into the pit yet. You're still coming across it. As that comes into view, one of the vultures begins to descend. And from just out of view, you hear a loud, piercing screech that cuts through the ravenous cacophony of the rest of the vulture flock, or whatever you call vultures in a group. And the one giant vulture that had flown down in a panic, scattered, flies back up and away. And as you come to the area where Drim Talon, now partially, at least a bit of the carcass of Drim Talon is uncovered, the bloodied beak of a colossal vulture. A greater than rock-sized vulture that you had seen before is standing astride the corpse of Drim Talon. You see on its face, its neck, its body, scars of large claws. This colossal vulture seems to have scuffled, done battle with the dragons, and survived. Seems to have had scrapes with them before. Parts of its plumage is scored and scorched off, burnt, so that there are bald patches along its body where there are no feathers and just the wrinkled, burned skin of, previous encounters. And as you guys approach her and see this colossal vulture beginning to pick away at Drim Talon. That's where we'll pick up next time. Fight, 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 fight.
Fight.
No fights.
No,
No
we're fighting.
fights? Oh, maybe you could convince it to be nice. Just talk to her.
Does it understand common?
I would like to.
Elvish? Dwarvish?
Dwarvish?
Stand like 20 feet over and then turn into regular form and just.
Duranda
Death
just
from
come
above.
And
Sure.
just fly in the middle of it as a mist form and then turn back, you know.
Oh, of course.
Fly in the middle of it as before. In the middle.
get-
of it?
get
What, like
eaten
into
by
his
it.
mouth.
Yeah,
And get
like go
eaten
into
by
his
it.
No, no.
It's large enough to swallow you. So
It's large enough to. How big is this thing?
it's colossal. It's bigger than a giant vulture. Like you guys saw this thing before. It was like, it's bigger than the size of a rock.
I don't know.
ROC rock. Like
Bigger than an ROC?
Bigger than an R, yeah, whatever
What
that
the-
means. I don't know. So, it's like total mass is probably not that of one of the dragons around, but its wingspan is actually larger than a lot of the dragons around here.
I know
It's a
one
big old
vulture and
vulture.
only one vulture.
Well, now you know hundreds.
Yeah.
Get to know them. All right. Well, if that's it, I will hopefully see you guys next week.
Yeah.
Well, we'll start with combat.
Woo!
See you guys.
Good night.
Good night.
Right.
Good night.